Happy Sunday. How's everyone doing today? Hope y'all are doing good. Yeah, we're just gonna dive straight into things. So the plan is we're gonna go we're gonna do all 11 level 70 dungeons to start us off, and then we'll pick one that we're just gonna spam. So I'm just gonna queue us up for the first 5. See where we land. And yeah, we're just gonna go ham. We can change classes up or whatever. We're just gonna casually go for it. I thought the queue would pop right away, but I guess I'm not that lucky. But that's okay. Let's see, what can I do while we're killing time? Let's see. I gotta check on the submarines. That's something I still need to do today. Oops. That's not right. There we go. Submarine management. And we're sending it back out again. Yes. Away you go. Be gone. I love my little submarine. I built it over the last couple weeks. Because the goal... Oh, hell's lid. There we go. The goal is I want to get the forge walls to change the house up a little bit. See how it fits in. But we'll see. Yeah, I understand why everyone's here. We're all moving fast. We going. And I forgot there's nothing at the end of that run. That's fine. I actually don't like Hell's Lid all that much. It's got a lot of flash, but it's really annoying to try and speed run through because there's just so many walls that stop you from just going. Especially this opening. There's that last one. Did that one. Boom. Alright. I guess I can talk about the finer points of tanking while I do this. Tanking dungeons. So one combo that I figured out that I quite like is the cross-class stuff with Reprisal and Arm's Length. Because that slow actually makes a big difference when you're pulling a big cluster of mobs. Oops. Shit. I didn't realize the healer was going AFK there. Well, we go in, and they'll get a notice to say, hey, do you want to come in? So, it's fine. Oops. Wonder if they Pokeballed. Can I stun that? Nope. Damn it. Memory's a little hazy on the Stormblood dungeons. It's been a hot minute since I was in here. Did the healer arrive? No? So, because I ain't got time to sit here and wait for them to come back. Hopefully they're back quick though. Off the back, tank privilege betrayed me. There we go. And we're just trucking right along. Who needs a healer? Oh, they're back. Oh, they're back. They're modem. Keep that on lock. My health seems to be hurting a little bit, but that's okay. Healer will be here any minute. There they are, rounding the bend. Crush through this group as well. Boom. Good stuff, good stuff. Kamae Tashi. Always found this one to be an interesting boss. very flashy, jumping around the arena like a little wild child. That's circle AoE? Oh, close circle AoE. Has been a bit. We're really tearing through this thing pretty quick though. I like that. Whisper in the wind. See, when I hear Whisper in the Wind, I can't help but think about wrestling, because it was one of the wrestlers' special moves. He would, his whole thing would be he'd run at the corner of the ring and kind of like run up the corner thing and then jump off it and land like a picture perfect kick to the head. Actually, yeah, I was really into pro wrestling when I was a kid. There's actually this one time when I, what was it? So, it was my anthropology class in high school, and we had to pick topics to do reports on. And the topic I picked was violence in media. And what's more violent media than wrestling? So, yeah, I went with pro wrestling as my topic for my assignment. And essentially, the way that my presentation / paper thing went was I was talking about kind of like the violent stunts and how they were portrayed to the viewer as reality to create like a false impression, but also how it kind of appealed to this carnal appetite that humanity kind of has. It's the same reason we had gladiators and that kind of thing. So when I was going through this project, I decided to show one of the most infamous moments from pro wrestling, which was Undertaker and Mankind in the Hell in a Cell. And specifically, for those that don't know, the Hell in a Cell was basically a giant cage that allowed for like a laneway around the ring while still caging the wrestlers. But sometimes they would also go on top of it to do stunts. And usually it's like, oh, they're up 20 feet in the air, it's very dangerous, and that's all they need to make it feel dangerous. They don't need to go any further than that to up the ante. And I guess there's a they had a planned stunt where there's a section of the roof that was going to be a fall away, and they're going to put one guy through the top of it. And they kind of, I don't know, maybe they called an audible while they were up there, and they just decided to go for it. But Undertaker just shoved Mankind off the top of it, and he went through a table at the bottom and had to get carted out on a stretcher in the middle of their match. And then on top, and then Mankind, in his haze of being wounded, wanders his way back up on top of the ring to keep the match going, because that's just what you did when you're in that business. Like, if you're hurt, you don't stop. You push through as long, like, if you can, especially at that time. Nowadays, they'll actually stop for concussions or serious injury and stuff, but back then they would do their best to push through. Yeah, so Taker then does the spot where they're supposed to put Mankind through the roof, but the wrong section of the cage broke, and Mankind ended up falling through the cage and slamming flat on his back at the bottom, and his nose, like, he ended up with his own tooth in his nose. Like, his tooth was knocked loose and, like, it was just hanging out in the nostril. That's how hard he got hit that it circled back through, which is hilariously gross. So anyway, I showed that whole moment to my classmates as part of my presentation, and these poor two girls at the back of the room didn't know wrestling was fake. So not just the really nasty falls that would make anyone's heart skip a beat and very obviously hurt the guy that was falling, but you also had the added thing where they're hitting each other with chairs and tacks and thinking like these guys were legitimately trying to take each other out like that. It's kind of nice what that guy did with his wall there. While we're waiting for the queue to pop, I'm gonna go and I'll show some houses in the neighborhood that I really like. So this one up here. Oh, hey James. Back to bad games. I don't know, I think that's a matter of opinion. Though no one was in chat, I was rambling about WWE. You missed me talking about traumatizing some classmates in high school. You know the Undertaker Mankind fall? I showed that to classmates in high school for my anthropology project about TV violence, and there's a couple girls in the class that didn't know that wrestling's fake. So they watched like the first portion of that Hell in a Cell match thinking like everything was legit. We have a proper tour of this random person's house in a minute. It's still real to me, damn it. Start up there with again, rocked in the noggin. Oh, we have to kill these mobs before it lets us jump to the next platform. There we go. Who's that guy that punched the reporter? He's like, oh, you're watching SmackDown? How was that? I feel like everything's very, what's the word I'm looking for? I kind of keep up with it just to see who they put on top and all the interesting, because to me the business side's the most interesting. But But like, based on what I hear, I guess the PvPs aren't even all that, Oh, they've been putting all on YouTube. Interesting. That's good background stuff. Man, that machinist was going ham. Usually you can just rip the thing right back. Yeah, I heard about what they've been doing with Reigns, and I find it really fascinating. I saw a guy talking about it, and how they've really integrated the Samoan culture piece very, very well into the storyline, with requiring everyone's approval in order to be the lead of the family, and how he had to beat it out of his brother to get it. Jey Uso has bent the knee. Ooh. This machinist is spicy. He's going, going, going. He doesn't care if I'm pulling or not. Yeah, we're just gonna... That wall shut. Okay, we're good. Burn everything down real quick. So they're back to having family matters. Isn't that kind of weird that Jimmy is acting like that, though? Like, because originally he was fine with it and Jay wasn't. Or was it because of what happened to Jay that Jimmy was falling to that? Because I guess I could see that. Sephiroth. I see. So it wasn't that he was okay with it, it's just he wasn't the one fighting. Man, I love the bass line in this dungeon. Oh, so Roman's becoming this kind of insecure glory hog about his position within the family. One of those only he can be the success. No one else can be successful. Otherwise it calls into question his authority. I like that. Once in a while they get a good plot line going. Takes a while, but they get there sometimes. Ah. That's really good. So we're just gonna smash through these boys. Ooh. I heard one that I've wanted to check out, but I haven't really gotten around to is AEW. Like, it sounds like they're doing a great job, but one of those things where how can you go wrong, I guess, given the staff that they've got. Yeah, this is going to be a spin. This is... I think I'm supposed to get away. Oh, you know, you get in. It's been a while. Demi Ultima. I guess on one hand, like, just talking about their cursing and stuff, on one hand, it's good that they limit it because when they use it, it's more impactful then. But it also doesn't feel realistic that they avoid it like that, you know? Do you know if AEW is doing enough to like make them sweat to like up their game a bit, or are they still kind of treating everything with kitty gloves? Like they just don't feel the heat. All right, so move to fractal. Swallow's compass. Alright, quick tour. This, I really like what this person did with their house. So like they've made like a sushi bar kind of deal on their top floor. Reminds me of a ramen, like a ramen joint. Yeah, they've done a great job in here. And then you go downstairs, and they've set up like a bathhouse. So they're just not going to compete. They're just going to avoid fighting with them. Oh yeah, I don't blame the talent for leaving. Their creative team's basically defunct of creativity at this point. So this house is Elysium, which is one of the biggest... Actually, I don't know if that's the case anymore, but they were one of the biggest raiding guilds. So we'll tour that one once we're done this dungeon. They've got a really nice house. Alright, we go fast. This is like Attack on Ninja Castle. Really fun dungeon. Uh-oh. Dancer went a little too ham. Have you ever checked out, what's the channel? Hearts Fun Known? It's like a group of guys. They used to work with What Culture, with a focus on wrestling, and then they switched it. Basically, they broke off to do their own thing. This is a pretty interesting thing. I think you'd really appreciate it. It's my favorite thing that they do is so they have one guy who he does fantasy booking, where he'll talk about how he would do different things. So like if there was like a plot that he thought went completely ass, he talks about what he would have done different. Or he'll create like a fantasy scenario and book it out. So the one that he just did recently was CM Punk's return to WWE. I'm talking about how if he ever does come back, he should come back and be like a pissed off. Like he doesn't care about the fans, he doesn't care about the company, he's just there for the money. You know, just carrying on like that. And like just like runs a plot line through its paces. Or he talks about how he would have done the retirement of a bunch of different people. How he would have done like breaking the streak. It goes on and on. He has a lot of different ones. How he would do John Cena's exit from the business. And then they just do like interesting thought pieces. Like they're talking about whether Goldberg was actually any good or not. You know, just stuff like that. Also, side note, I feel like my stream's a little weak today. It seems a little lower quality than usual. Just like the video and stuff. What the hell's that box? Okay. Alright, so continue along. Oh my god. They've got so much burst. Not that I'm complaining. But if they could just hold that burst in for like 2 extra seconds. Bad game equals bad quality. You know, I just... You might need to... Oh, no, I was gonna say you need to wipe the nostalgia, but you're, you do be stuck in 2007. Which is fair, because it was a amazing year for gaming. Was it 2007? That was the killer year? I'm trying to remember. No dice. Oh yeah, I was thinking 2004. We have to go back. Yeah, we do okay. Oh, you've been doing the Genesis? How's that? What have you been playing? The only thing I ever really think of when I think the Sega Genesis is Sonic. But I know that's underselling it because it's got so much more to offer. I just never was into it. I think they had that on the SNES as well. The Power Rangers game. Because I remember playing the Power Rangers, the movie, the game, on SNES when I was younger. Is that the one where the first boss is Mirror Man? Oh, really? Well, I don't know how smart that is, but it's definitely ambitious. Alright, so we're gonna make a Power Rangers movie game. But we're gonna make a different one for each console. That's wild. So how was the Genesis version of that then? Like, what did that play like? I don't think the 90s had a plan. I think the 90s was just wild and free. Man, we don't do plans here. That's not radical at all. Disruptive marketing. Yo, you want to be totally rad? Throw away that roadmap. We don't do planning here. Watch me do the sick kickflip on my tech deck. My stun will be up in time. There we go. I had to think about it for a second whether or not it's going to time out. This is the one that's going to blow. Stun will be ready. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? There's something about the original Power Rangers themes that are just so good. Like, you just have to put that melody into anything, and it's just gonna shine. Actually, the other night in this, because there's a set of armor that we were calling the Power Rangers armor. It's like, for lack of a better term, it's very Master Chief-esque. And just, it was very, we were calling it the Power Rangers armor. I hate this. Grab the money. I do enjoy this dungeon. It's got a sense of humor to it. Oh, we gotta go out. And then we go in. Yeah. Well, I think besides Pokemon, I wasn't really into RPGs either. I think that's just like the nature of being a kid. It's hard to sit through big, lengthy games with tons of text and all that. I think the first, like... I think the first real RPG discrediting Pokemon by calling it not a real RPG. But, like, the first, like, true JRPG I really played was, like, Fire Emblem. And then after that, I dipped into Tales of Symphonia. And then from there... Yeah, Fire Emblem's an RPG. It's a tactical RPG. Oh, yeah, I guess. I guess strategy game is more accurate. Oh, yeah. See, I lump it in as an RPG, but yeah, it is more a strategy game. I think I have a wider lens as to what I consider to be an RPG versus what's not. Okay, I see, yeah. Man, Tactics is really good. I've tried it out. But I didn't actually finish it because my my access to it died, is how I'm going to word that. Alright, we got a Scholar as the healer. That should be okay. People always talk down about Scholars, but I like to believe in them. There we are. Perfect. Yeah, one Final Fantasy I've been meaning to play is 13-2. Because apparently it's like, it's actually really good, but it's nestled between two not the best entries. But the story like stands up by itself because apparently it undoes the story of the first 13. I wonder if they had any planning when they were making that. It doesn't sound like they really did. Yeah, 13's pink hair waifu, Gucci crossover. Did you know that about Lightning? Square somehow partnered with Gucci to make her a model for them? I mean, like, to each their own, but that's some wild marketing in my opinion. I just can't get into the original 13. I've tried so much. I've started it like 3 or 4 times and I don't know. It's too passive, I think. Like, that's like, what, 18 hours in? Like that, you got pretty deep. Oh, that happens. Like, I've had a few games where I started playing it and then I just like... I don't even know how to describe it. I just got sidetracked. Like, maybe work picked up. My waifu for a waifu. Yeah, usually what happens is I get busy with work, and then I just forget to come back to the game. Or I'll get really hyped about some game and then come back to it later. Like, I was playing Monster Hunter recently. I was actually really enjoying it. Yeah, I still want to play more of the Zeldas. Like, I've actually never played through A Link to the Past. Or, is that the one? Yeah. But I know that one's like a beloved classic, and I've never actually played through it. Ooh, the OG to Breath of the Wild. That'd be a fun adventure. Yeah, you can just pick at it though, right? Like, you don't have to speed through it. Just pick one up, kind of focus it down, come back to the next one later. I guess that's kind of the creed for when you hit adulting time. You just don't get to chase things down like that anymore. I wish though. I wish. Planet side tubies. Ah. Very nice. Yeah, this has been my bread and butter lately, but I've also been picking at I started into Genshin a little bit. I've been just enjoying exploring that one, and I started playing League again a little bit. I made a new account that isn't boosted to all hell. I've been just chipping at it, enjoying myself. Which, how do you enjoy yourself in League of Legends? But somehow I've found a way. Tell me you're a furry without... let's see. Being a huge fan of Beastars, like it because Beastars being your favorite anime. For real talk, Beastars is actually quite good. I watched it recently. It's got some really fascinating world building that they've done. Lord and Savior of TV Beast Wars. I remember TV Beast Wars. Oh. Wait, oh, you heard Beast Wars? Well, why don't you tell me about it? Expand my horizons. Alright. So we've been just cruising through this one. Didn't it have like the subtitle Beasties to it? I remember that. It's part of like the Saturday morning, I remember it being on Saturday mornings. I remember Goosebumps. Ooh, I'm in danger. Oh, in Canada it was called Beasties. Oh, okay. That's really interesting that they took the time to, like, differentiate it like that. Because, like, they wrote a whole new theme and everything for it. I think Rat Trap was my favorite in that. He's the one I remember. Gotta love copyright law. It makes me so happy that during BlizzCon Metallica got hit, because they're they were one of the biggest supporters of all the copyright law changes and stuff. So seeing their performance get screwed up because of their own copyright law shenanigans is just Oh, yeah. This is going to be a series of just me having flashbacks. Alright, I'm just going to pull this. Man, Reboot was a banger. I remember there were rumors that they were gonna reboot, and I was so excited to see what they were gonna do, and then they just didn't. I like that there's like two very clear seasons of Reboot as well, like it had like a very clear tonal change between protagonists and the whole 9 yards. Like, might have been a little confusing, but it was definitely a banger show. Yeah, when Enzo grows up and he becomes the main character. I feel like you have to be super careful whenever you're going to try and do a time traveling plot. Because that shit gets messy so quickly. But when you pull it off, oh my god, is it good. Dad doesn't... Yeah, I think so. Walmart Silver Surfer. I exist in the mainframe, but I don't actually exist. A modern take on Reboot would be insane. Like, just think about how far technology's come. Like, they could get so overkill and ridiculous with it. It almost feels like a waste that it doesn't exist. Backwards plots and yeah. Everything's come so far. Like animation too. Like there's so much. It is a failure of humanity that we don't have a reboot of Reboot. Alright, take the burn off. It's gonna take 2 seconds here. I want my Pulp Fiction reboot. Man, they could have so much fun with the genres out there too. If you live in 2004, you don't need reboots. That is fair. That is fair. Oh, here, give me uno second. Alright, I am back. Yeah. They just, they were bringing a dresser up and they needed a hand. Oh. I dropped tank stance. That's not good. There we go. Okay. Alright. Okay, I gotta get back in my groove here. Gotta find a nice water source for these mud-covered guys, because you can clear them off and make them weaker. I had this weird dream to get an entire VOD of TV from the 90s. That kind of reminds me of... So, I don't know if you've ever watched Polygon's YouTube stuff, but they had this guy who did a series called Unraveled, and to add, like, he was working with, I think it was Activision that does Crash Bandicoot, but he was doing a thing with Activision where as part of his enjoyment of Crash, he's going to play through the original Crash games, but in order to get the most out of them, he created what he was calling a pocket dimension from the 90s. Which, like, he basically just bought a shitload of, like, the prototypical 90s stuff. Everything from, like, the shitty blow-up blue chair that a bunch of kids had to the, what else did he get? Yeah, it was like blow-up chair. He had basically a year in review for the 90s books, so like when he wasn't playing, he was reading 90s news. He locked anything that was like a modern day technology in a safe. It's pretty funny. You can pull inspiration for your 90s. Oh no, I locked Charles in my room. Hi, Charles. Hey, baby boy. I didn't know you were still in here. Yeah, you can get him out.
Aww, did you get trapped?
He went under the couch instead of on the couch.
Oh my god. You're trying to trap my child.
I'm stealing your child. Yeah, no, it was amazing. It's I feel like between that and Parts Unknown, you've got some good watching ahead of you if you're looking for stuff to throw on YouTube. Oh man, I love all of his unravels. Well, not every single one of them, but most of them are really fucking, like, super funny. Like, there's one where he goes through all of the Mega Man bosses and decides whether or not it was a good idea that it needed to be sentient. And, like, ranks them on a tier list of how appropriate it was to make them sentient. Or he goes through all the Castlevania enemies and ranks them based on how hot they are. But, like, like, he's doing, like, gremlins and flying skulls and stuff like that. So, like, it's very tongue-in-cheek. Or, one that always stands out to me is he read all of the Halo novels. and did a book report on every novel. Which, one, I didn't know Halo had books. And two, there's like 27 books. It's like, it's pretty wild. Alright. He remakes the poker app because the original poker app's garbage. And he tries and creates a proper one. There's a Halo 5 now? I thought the big thing was the Master Collection. That was the most recent thing everyone was hyped about. Oh, that reminds... We got rid of it. But, Zach found an Xbox One for like $100 at Canada Computers. Like, it was stupid how cheap he was able to find it. Ah. I feel like I should play it just to like get that experience, because I never really was into like I wasn't really into Halo when I was younger. Mind you, I wasn't really into shooting games in general. When it comes to pew pew, I'm pretty trash. I think my first console when I was getting into gaming as a kid was actually the Sega Master. I guess I was being a real shithead one day when I was like 4 or 5. My mom got so fucking sick of me being a little shit that she went into the basement and she pulled my dad's old Sega Master out from the basement and hooked it up. And that was the beginning of the end for me, really. I thought there was a... this one must not have a faucet yet. But yeah. We had the old Sega Master, Double Dragon, Shinobi. That was one that I really liked. Get over here. There you go. Everything needs to get in the pool. Everything gets cleaned up. Imagine cleaning up your enemies before you actually finish them off. There we go. I've always liked the BGM in this dungeon. Kind of reminds me of like going shopping. in a weird way. They made the music sound so distant. Soken's really a god of music. Actually, I think I overheard, I heard he might be a world record holder for, like, largest BGM. Or, like a composer that has the most tracks composed for a BGM, something like that. Alright, we're burning through this boy now. I remember when you filled me with fear. Okay, so there's... Oh no. Those little monkeys running the slime around like that. Wait, why was it there? Hello? I think they hid the... They put the slime inside the boss. Oh well. Let's just finish it off. Bum 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 bum. Good. That's pretty good. Uh-oh. Might be getting hooked to help with something real quick between dungeons. Let's see. What do they need from me? Let's see. Still waiting, waiting. He's got a little Shiba Inu. Look at that. That little cutie. Still patiently waiting for a response. Patience, 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 patience. want to get in there. Dun, 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 dun. I love that they added all these songs as orchestrion scrolls to the game. What are they queuing me for? Good game, good guy. Thanks, Zoe. Between the three of us, it balances out having the opinion on this. Comes out on the positive. Waiting to find out what my fate is here. What did I just commit to by accepting the party? All I know is that it was going to be quick. I'm getting bullied. This game is bullying my eyes. What, is it too pretty? One of the many games Nax scammed you into playing. Ah, it's normal raids that they're looking for a quick hand with. That's okay. I can help out with that. Oh my. Oh yeah, they didn't have digital copies of it? Jeez. Okay, I understand why you're a twin. Because I'm a twin for the Grand Company, it won't let me continue with my quest for the Grand Company. Those two things are usually split. No, you shouldn't be stopping your Grand Company progression. There just wasn't enough meat to it for you. You enjoy the story of WoW. New adventure, private, third class. What is... I'm trying to remember the progression. There you go. Go pop over to Old Dog real quick, take a look, see. See, I think WoW had the benefit of having like a lot of like a lot of well, they had 3 games worth of stuff. One thing I think WoW probably shouldn't have messed with was time travel, though. Based on what I heard, what was it, Dragnor? Can't remember a single FF character name. That's fair. Well, each game has a different cast, right? Ooh. Warlords, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. Like WoW in general. Massively single player RPG. Yeah, that sounds about right. I've given WoW a couple goes where I tried to give it a fair shake. Also, I wasn't paying attention to where the shadow went. I'm just gonna trust these people got it. And I've been told that they took it out, but they had the heirloom armor, I think it was called, where you oh, excuse me. Yeah, they had the heirloom armor, which basically, if you were making new characters within your account, you got a massive stat boost and you could just do whatever. And what ended up happening was crap. The like our group was trying to play it, and the yeah. Sorry, my brain's going derp. Yeah, I know it's meant to help people level alts, but since it was my first time doing like a dungeon, we were trying to do like a proper dungeon. We get in there and we just see this rogue. Just he gathers everything up and just sprints through the entire dungeon. Doesn't need a tank, doesn't need heals, don't need anything. And just blew through, and it's like, oh, okay. You're a salty boomer. Back in my day, WoW was really tough. We had to work hard for our levels. Did I guess right? No. Shit. Whoopsie poopsie. Yeah. That's the problem with having those legacy servers, is like everyone just knows. There's no challenge in relearning. You just kind of like act out what you used to do, and that's that. Nothing wrong with people wanting to play the old nostalgia stuff, though. See, for me, with Final Fantasy XIV, there's always, when the new patch stuff drops, it's so fun figuring it out without, like, looking up a guide, getting the exact script of the fight, knowing exactly what needs to be done in order to be successful. Suddenly I have to use my brain a little bit more, so I'm having to think. I think one of the biggest strengths for Final Fantasy is how finely tuned the fights are. Oh shit. Ow. Like, I read this one really interesting blog post, actually. It was a WoW dev that was picking apart, and by picking apart, I mean, like, he was, like, reviewing the way a certain fight worked. They just like talking about like the design philosophies between the two teams and everything like that. To me, and this will sound like I'm throwing shade, but it's almost like getting a lot of McDonald's or getting like one or two really nice dinners for the same price. Because you can get, like, WoW has a crazy number of raid bosses and stuff, but based on what I see and what I hear, it doesn't seem like they're as highly tuned until you get to the very end. But with Final Fantasy, the raid bosses are are like extremely tuned. Forgot who you're talking to. I just kind of meandering between points at that rate. Nice. I am McDonald's connoisseur. You're like, oh, now that's why that's the case. I didn't know you were a McDonald's connoisseur. Speaking of which, how do you feel about the whole BTS Chicken McNugget hype shenanigans. That's fair to be disappointed about. Oh, you can't even cross the border for it. That sucks. Oh. I hate how curious I am about it. Because, like... I hate it when a blatant marketing thing works on me. Like, it's... Because I'm so curious and I want to try it. But, like, it's obviously pandering and obviously a marketing stunt. Same with, like, the Popeyes chicken sandwich shenanigans. I wanted to try it. Yeah. It's kind of like when humans are told, you can't do the thing. And you're like, oh, but I want to do the thing. Alright, they got their chocobo thing all figured out. That's good. Okay, what was I doing in Old Dog again? I think I was checking on that. Oh man, I'm actually super hungry. I didn't eat this morning, like a proper meal. I was like snacking a little bit. Now I want to get back on my dungeon grind. Where did he go? Gonna watch StarCraft 2 and pretend it's 2012 and esports are actually good. Back in the days. Well, I should probably see this little side quest through and help my fellow guildie finish off what we're up to here. But I also really want to get back to my dungeons. Ah. Laying sundown, then I'm going back to gaming. How long do you think it takes to put someone's kid down for a nap? I'm gonna hit a dungeon up. There we go. No, that that's exactly what I said, except you're missing a word. Because the guy in the party said he was just putting his son down for a nap. And I was trying to decide whether, like he said, feel free to bounce. I was weighing my options. I was like, do I wait? Because I know kids can be fussy. So if it lines up nicely, I'll run the last dungeon with him, or the last battle. Haven't gone full child stomper. Oh boy. Just that whole, do you think you could defeat 100 kindergartners? That'd be some outright savage. There are some seriously messed up things. Oh. Servers being laggy? Let me play Triple Triad. Or can I not play it because she's here playing him? Let me try a different NPC. This is why I didn't go the teacher route. This is why I bailed out of the teacher route. Alright kids, today for gym class, since there's 30 of you, we're going to have a Royal Rumble. Alright, we heading up the Temple of the Fist. That is some stuff you'd see in like what was that movie, Bad Teacher? I don't know how it would work. But I wanted it so much as a kid. Actually, me and Knack, we tried creating like blueprints as to how to create our own homemade wrestling ring when we were kids. Because apparently you could like, basically the whole idea that he had read about online was by kid anytime. Yeah, it's sometimes you just have the urge where you just want to suplex, you know? Like you just want to suplex someone. But yeah, we had actually like discussed how you'd go about it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you got to get all these old tires from like the dump, and you use that as the base, and then you lay plywood over top of the tires to create the thing, and then you mount the ropes and stuff to brackets in the corners, the whole 9 yards." Yeah, we used to do the basement brawls as well. We did any kid listen to Don't Try This at Home? Do you remember when Jackass came out? The sheer devastation of children imitating Steve-O and crew. See, when me and my friends from elementary school were doing the wrestling, we all kind of fell into an archetype. So like I was the heavy, right? So I would be like, oh yeah, the walls of Jericho, if you apply it properly, that shit will hurt your lower back real bad. You're not supposed to bend that way. Same with the figure 4. The figure 4 hurts. No, there's this one time in high school, actually, Knack and I decided that we were gonna have a little wrestle in the backyard, because you know, for old time's sake. And I gave him one scoop slam, and he was like, "Okay, we're done." But yeah. Yeah, like, I always kind of played the heavy guy in the fights. And then our one friend, Ricky, he actually could do some of the, or he was comfortable trying to do the high flying stuff, like hurricanranas and shit. So we would let him try and do them. And then our friend Chad, he really liked Randy Orton. That was his favorite wrestler. So he always tried to emulate Randy Orton. And I distinctly remember the three of us having a 3-way fight in the basement, where I did a sidewalk slam to Ricky that was so high. Like, he came running in to do a hurricanrana, and I caught him, and I used his momentum to lift him up high for a sidewalk slam, and just like... Yeah, it was something. I lifted him higher than my shoulder, and then came down with him. But yeah, we did some stupid stuff. Like, I remember Chad wanted to set up a hardcore stunt. And he, I actually did chokeslam someone in elementary school. Not, like, badly, but, like, he snuck up behind me, and, we were just, like, roughhousing in the snow. And that was just, like, the play my child brain went for. And yeah, I just like grabbed him roughly in that like chest neck area, and then just lifted him up and tossed him into a snowbank. Like, there's no injury there. It was all in good fun. Oh my god, yeah. The double stomp, when I watch people do that on TV, that scares the life out of me. I don't think there's a way for them to do that without, like, injuring. Maybe it's the angle that the feet hit? Usually they roll through when they land, though, right? So maybe that's where the, like, they kill the momentum by rolling through. I think that's my guess on how it's done without, like, causing massive injury. Yeah, they just have to find a way to transfer the momentum. What? Okay. There we go. Port and star. Okay, there we go. I really hate that they named them, named the skills in this after ship directions for some reason, but I remember hearing in like Japanese translations of the game, they just gave them left and right. Maybe not for this fight. It might be ship directions in both here, but I know for one of the fights it was like they're doing the whole boat thing. But if you were, yeah, and depending on what language, it had different naming for the mechanics. So it's very mind-melting. Yeah, there's no way that it doesn't hurt immensely doing that one. It's probably why not a lot of people do it. You know, like you got your, what, Finn Balor that does it, Daniel Bryan, and that's all I can think of offhand. I think CM Punk did it a little bit. Stabby chest feeling. That That sounds about right. I remember when I was a kid, one time I took the moment to understand how the pump handle slam worked. It actually makes it super easy to pick people up with it. The momentum, it just works out. It's funny how some moves you would, like, some moves are just so, like, obviously for show, though. Like, you would never see someone whip out a pump handle slam in the middle of a barroom fight. Remember I got hit with a spinning heel kick once. That wasn't fun. Zach had a trampoline when we were in high school. Oh, the worm! Yeah. You know, everyone laugh until the worm comes out. The worm is so funny. But yeah, when we were messing around on the trampoline, just like doing random wrestling moves and stuff, and this one kid, he jumps up and does a spinning heel kick and catches me in the jaw, and like that's when I came to understand how you know how people talk about how there's like almost like a button, like you hit someone in the sweet spot and they just go down. It was like that when he got me in the jaw. Like he just, my legs just turned into jello and I just kind of crumpled. I got right back up after, but it's just one of those things where it's like, huh. Yeah, everyone has a plan until they get decked. Did he end up logging? Yeah, he did. Yeah. The idea of drop kicks are one that never appealed to me. Because I just think how much it would hurt when you land after doing a drop kick. Like, wouldn't you just kind of like slap against the ground really hard at the end of it? Oh, we're almost at the halfway mark on the dungeon front. That's even with the little interruption we had for a bit. Helping out with that random fight. Keep myself motivated. Gotta keep pushing along. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, I was gonna go to Gongos. Oh, dungeon popped. Oh, this is a cool fight. You're in this dungeon, you're going through a war zone from battle to battle. Alright, let's go. Do 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 do. Keep to the north. We will head off their troops to the south. We keep pushing and pushing and pushing along. It's like a full-on rave. Alright, that ship should go down any second. There we are. The boss where they introduced their favorite new mechanic in this one. This is it, the spinning mechanic. Night. Sleep well, James. Thanks for hanging out. May you have very 2004 style dreams. Alright, so I think this dungeon... It's new people, they don't know the mechanics as well, so they're getting caught out. A little bit on the slower side than usual. That's fine. Perfect. Toss that out. Boom. Alright, who's up next? Who's up next? They are. And we can keep going. Pew pew, boom, destruction everywhere. Barely touched. That white mage is on point. On point with the heals. Alright, charging right on. What else? Scorpion tank, let's go. Ooh. Oh, excuse me. Another one bites the dust. Oh, this is a really neat fight. While we're at it. Don't need those anymore. Don't need those anymore. Don't need that anymore. Whew. Look at that big blast. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, where are they coming through? Oof. Oh, the poor newbie. They weren't quick enough on the step. Hell yeah. Okay. Next up. Rear guard. Oh, who's that screaming? Oh, it's Heian. Heian out here screaming his arrival like a madman. Keep it going, slowly but surely. Da, 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 da. Alright, in comes the Hex Drone. I actually love the design of these things. I wonder if it would actually work. A tank laid out like that. 6 wheels that are all anchored inside. What would the mechanics of that be like? Like, could that work? I feel like forward motion would get screwed up because, yeah, there'd be a lot of drag. It would be able to spin around really well like a bumper car, but I don't know how it would actually make out beyond that. That'd be a shower thought. A little Soren thought. Okay, come on. Come on. I want to see the end. Who? Oh, Lisa's gonna do the finale. The killing blow. Let's go. I actually love this boss arena. You have to jump down into it. Oop, I jumped too far in. Whoopsie poopsie. Alright, they're gonna... Order to bombard. Ah, yes. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. Alright, they tag out. Who's next? Oh yeah, we have to wait for them to do their super awesome tag team attack. I love that little hand clap. They literally tagged out. This is a rough AoE. We'll see how the team makes out. Bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 da. All right. And now we just have to wait a second. This one felt long, but we're still coming in at almost under 15 minutes, so it really wasn't that bad. Bum, 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 bum. Ah, yes, a man wearing giant Moogle gloves with dual giant crossbows. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. What's the next dungeon I'm gonna queue for? We'll take Gimlet off the table. 3 more. Bum 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 bum. Can I play triple triad? There we go. I wonder what's been going on with that, why it was being buggy. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, we'll go like that. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Dun 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 dun. Ah, I failed myself. Alright, I didn't play with the right deck. Use the Scion deck. Boom bum 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 bum. Yeah, and this will just turn into a steamroll. Oof. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do now. I wasn't expecting the plus. Oh well, these things happen. Give me my clams with my emotional baggage, please. Some people got a sense of humor to them. Dragoon is running. Dragoon wasn't quite ready for the great adventure here. That's okay. Hey Adam, how's it going? Yeah, 14's been going really well. I'm at the last step of the relic, so that's what we're working on right now. Just trying to finish that off, put a nail in the coffin. Yeah, I complain about work sometimes, but god damn am I glad I don't have homework. I'd say it's fancy schmancy, but I hate the look of the weapon. I can't wait to glamour over it instantly. Though, Yorksey did point something out to me yesterday that made me think it was not so bad. Its particle effects kinda are like, you know the special weapons from .hack.gu? I don't know if you played GU. But, the particle effects kinda are reminiscent of the main character's special weapon, and I was like, okay, like, I guess I can live with that. Yeah. Are you more... You're a samurai guy, right? When you play? Did you move away from Dark Knight? Let's rip through this boy. That's fair. The Gunbreaker particles are really nice for the relic this time around. Do you have any hype for Reaper? Yeah, I'm pretty excited for Reaper as well. Depending on how it plays, it'll probably end up being my main melee. Yeah, once you're back, we'll have to get you all caught up. There's a lot to do. If you want. Mainly Bosja. Which is... It's been fun. Some people are... Please guide me. I got you. I got you. You can count on me. Take you in under my wing and we'll rip through everything. Well, you know, like, honestly, it's like riding a bike. It'll kick back in. And really, you can get away with just the idea of, is it orange? Don't stand in it. Yeah, that's fair. It is a little unnerving. I know I don't like doing big content as a tank at first. Like, it's... I think it's the fact that if you screw up, it's extremely clear that you screwed up. Like, it's not like, oh no, I died and the healer rezzed me. It's, I died and now everyone's dead. I died and now it's everyone's problem. Yeah. Oh, that's fair. As a group, we've been getting into PvP a little bit more lately as well. And just the chaos. We started playing this game during PvP matches. Where, well, it's only ever been Akari. But usually we'll have... If we have too many people for PvP, one person goes by themselves, and then we have to hunt the person in the other alliance. Results of the game be damned. I've developed a little bit of a reputation for being kind of shadowy. I just show up in the middle of the war and just throw a home gang out. Yeah, it'd be nice to have the whole band back together, though. We've got a lot of new faces, with Chris getting all his friends to play. Nah, you'll be fine. You can actually gear up super fast too. Like, they took the cap off the weekly lockout for the raids, so we could literally just run you through and get you 5-10 in half an hour. The only thing you'd be lacking on is weapon. The new raid stuff actually has some really nice gear as well. It makes me think of like My Chemical Romance, to be honest. Like, have you ever seen an armor set where you're like, oh, it's so edgy. It's just so gothic. It's like... It's like the Black Parade marched up to Winterfell. It's got all like this, yeah, it's wild. Oh, you remember the, you know the goth girl that was in the promotional material for Shadowbringers? The one with the hammer? And she was, like, dressed in, like, gothic Lolita. She's, like, the armor set's based on her design. So, like, she just fits right in. And they've been like filling out the armor sets from like the Final Fantasy XII for some reason. Like they added Pinello and Captain Bosch. That's the armor I'm wearing, or at least partially. And then like Vaughn and Balthier, their armor drops in a different raid. Yeah, there's a bunch. I'm the Captain Bosch. Don't believe Ondor's lies. I was actually playing 12, but I didn't get that deep into it. I got to the, I cleared the Leviathan ship and then kind of fell off the game. I forget why, I just got busy. I think something else came out that I really wanted to play, like, badly. So I started playing that over 12. But I should go back and finish 12. Because, like, I was enjoying it. I really like the AI system they have in it. I thought that was super sleek, being able to chain a bunch of if-then statements together to get, like, really well fleshed out AI. We fall in the same trap. Yeah, that's honestly what it comes down to. It's just like, oh. There's a bunch of games I meant to pick up, but I just didn't get around to picking up. Like, I wanted to play Persona 5 Strikers. Forgot to grab that. I probably should before I get spoiled on it. Let's see, I wanted to grab Pokemon Snap. Forgot to grab that. Yeah, there's a lot of games. Did I really run through everything? Yeah, apparently there's a lot more to it. Which, I mean, I'm excited for. But, like... Persona always has a really in-depth and deeply thought-out story with lots of twists and stuff. I don't want to accidentally step on a landmine and spoil a twist. I've already seen one or two minor ones that would like... Yeah. Not to say too much about it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's totally fair. Like, at what point does it start feeling like overkill? Yeah, because I think Strikers picks up directly after the original game, right? I don't think it acknowledges Royal. Or does it? So I'm kind of curious about that. Yeah, yeah. That's totally fair. When does Persona Strikers take place? Oh. I thought it took place directly after the credits roll. Oh, okay. Quick little search on Reddit. It says the difference, the differences between Royal and the original don't conflict with what they did in Strikers. Apparently, it takes place 7 months after the end of the games, so it's not directly after. And the only thing it really conflicts with is you know, Katsumi just kind of does her thing. Like, she's always been kind of separate from the group, just kind of vibing. That's the only hiccup in, like, the cast. So that's not too bad at all. All this junk. Blade of Lost Antiquity. Get out of here. The fewer options for dungeons I have, the longer the queue's taking. I thought there was 11 dungeons, but I must have counted wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. 10 dungeons. Yeah, no problem. You ever need to slack off. I hear that, though. It's bullshit when you're given assignments and stuff that you're just not given the tools to do. That's bad teacher mojo. Big stretch. Oh, man. I'm so antsy. I hate waiting. If I had the option, I would queue multiple classes. Just to say, like, yeah, just slot me in wherever. And let's see if I can find a just goddamn ethical hacking course. I hate it. I hate that approach. Oh yeah, I just figured it out. It's easy. It's easy. Is it though? Let's see. I wonder if there's someone with the relic kicking around here. What sword's that? Oh, that's the current relic. Those particle effects, though. That's the current samurai relic. Yeah, that's some shenanigans. Where else? See if I can find the gunbreaker one. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, the Sam one looks pretty good. The warrior one is just so bad. Alright, let's see. Bum 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 ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum. Alright, we're off to the races. Scala Soblin. I wonder why they called it a Soblin instead of a Koblin like everything else. Is it because of the salt? This is all like salt mine stuff that they really like reminding us of. Boom, boom, boom. Do 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 do. Continue along. Okay, who be next? Oh, I miss having my self-sustain. Because warriors get this thing where they get bloodbath. They get both. Yeah. But they don't get it till level 72, so it's dearly missed in all these dungeons. Oh, I really shouldn't have popped that at that moment. That's embarrassing. You know, another game that I meant to pick up that I didn't get around to was Pokemon Snap. Like, I remember I was so hyped for Pokemon Snap when they first announced it. And then I just... nothing. Like, it came out, I watched some people play it, and I was like, oh, it's so good. And then I just didn't actually play it. I would still like to play it. I just, yeah, it's been on the old back shelf, you know. Yeah. I find it really funny that, like, the best looking and, like, most critically acclaimed Pokemon games lately are the ones that Nintendo or Game Freak aren't making. Like, I think, was it Capcom? No, not Capcom. I think Bandai did this Pokemon Snap. I really hope that newly announced one, the Legends Arceus, is really good. Oh, shit. It looks like it's going to be very interesting having the open world exploration. But you see the naysayers out there that are like, oh, you gotta look at the frame rate, look how badly it's running. But, like, it's demo. It's a demo. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. I mean, like, Sword and Shield, I liked Sword and Shield, but Game Freak definitely just bullshit everyone when they were given their excuses as to why not everything's in it, and they're, oh, we're making all this special animations, and they're carrying on like that. But when you actually get in there and start playing it, nothing's really changed on the animation front, except that the game's, like, the game just looks nicer, but, like, it's still, you have a semi-static, oh, it's not static, but, like, you have a model that has a few animations attached to it, just standing there, and then when you use an attack, it just kind of, like, lunges the whole model. I get why people were upset, put it that way. I personally wasn't, but a lot of people were. The only spot where they really created new nice animations was in the thing where you like pet your Pokemon and feed it. Which, you know, that's the content that we wanted to lose 300 or 400 Pokemon from the decks for. Being able to pet them. I actually am quite excited for the Diamond and Pearl remakes, though. Like, those were probably some of my favorite favorite ones in the last while. Or like, it was one of my favorite ones to play through. Resident Evil? Yeah, I've got a... People have recommended I pick up Resident Evil 7, then play through Resident Evil 8 afterwards. And I'm definitely open to it. I just need to actually do it, you know? Yeah, I might look at the pricing, see if I can catch 7 on sale or something, and then go from there. Clear all this out before it lands in my inventory. There we go. Yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely have interest in playing 4 as well. I've always remembered 4 really fondly, because I played it with my friend Nick a lot when we were younger. And like, I always remember really liking it, but we didn't really get super deep. I think we got to the boat fight. That's usually when our evening would peter out, and then we'd come back to it later. Yeah, it's definitely one that's aged well. I think we tried playing through 5 as well, and we got pretty deep into it, but I don't know, something about 5 just didn't sit. Five just didn't hit right for us, I think. I think maybe they took the... Because, like, the key to horror is your players should feel afraid, right? Like... Wow, that sounds really obvious. Like, they shouldn't have the ability to fight back properly. That's how you create that deep sense of horror. Give me an egg. Yeah, I think the problem was with 5 is they gave you your ability to fight back very quickly. 4, you're kind of stumbling around with your handgun, but like, I felt like in 4, I was in far more danger than I ever was in 5. 5 felt like I was playing Left 4 Dead. Yeah, and that's the sense I got as well, was that 5 was when they really ramped up their lean into doing action. But I think that's why I didn't like it as much, because when I play a horror game, I want to be struggling. Oh yeah, I never hear anyone talk about 6. What even happened in 6? Was it just... Is it one of those things where it's like, we don't talk about 6 here? Yeah. Yeah, that was the sense I got watching a few different people play, play the new one. Like, it reminds me a lot more of 4. Yeah, 7 did a good job of, it makes me think of The Hills Have Eyes, based on what I've seen. Oh, anytime you're splitting a story like that, you're in for a real mess. Oh man, yeah, that sounds brutal. Oh no. When they're going that hard, it's almost like they're pushing into Balin's Wonderland territory for the quick time events. Yeah, it's just... I feel like a lot of games end up having that moment where they have to redo their engine and fix up their, like, the tech piece, and then the game that comes after usually is a killer. Actually reminds me of with Persona 5, how Catherine was used as the test engine for the animation that they used in Persona 5. Action dives and stuff so you could do the Max Payne jump shoot thing without slow-mo. Oh shit. I have to write an apology letter to this monk. There we go. Here, this will be my apology letter. There you go. A seal! A seal! I don't think I have that one. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like I have the seal. It looks like I won't be getting the seal. Oh, well, that's fine. Oh, sometimes I'll go through the, shit, what do you call it? Market board. I'll go through the market board and just pick stuff up. Like, just like grab a bunch of cheapies that I missed. Oh, this was a really cool thing that happened. So you know how the writer of Berserk died, right? Can't pay to win. Can't believe it. You know, I don't want to deal with those gotcha rates. Sometimes you just need to put down the $5 to get your minion. Yeah, Miura. So when it happened, a shitload of Dark Knights lined the streets of Ul'dah in memorial for it, and like for 3 or 4 days there was always a line of Dark Knights just hanging out in Ul'dah. Yeah, in Gilgamesh they were actually giving out these fire minions. It was right along the strip, and they yeah, so like there's just a line of these little fire pits with Dark Knights standing at them. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I really liked that. It was a very sweet thing the community did. It's Lalafell. I feel like I should be approaching more newbies and trying to recruit them into the free company. But lately I feel more like doing that makes me feel like the white vans. Hey, we got candy. Nah, I've just been oh shit. Company actions ran off and no one said anything. There we go. I gotta go stock that. Oh man. We're getting there. I need 5 more dungeon runs after this next one. Yeah, it's tough to find buddies. Is there a certain class that you really want to dig into? I think there's a lot of people that just don't have anything better to do right now. So you could probably get some helpers pretty easily. Yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming you have 0 interest in healing, eh? The numbers. Yeah, that's fair, because as a healer, it's extremely obvious when you've screwed up as a healer, too. I tell you, people, you get it rough. Tanks and healers. I guess that's why there's so many more DPS. I'm gonna have to go through a boot camp of my own. We'll have to get my brother. He's a far better healer than I am. Okay, now don't let me die. It's like that meme. Okay, take my hand. And we're going. We're going. We're going. Don't look back. Don't let go. Nah, but if there's anyone to practice healing with, I'm probably one of the best ones to do that with. Coke Zero. I have half a mind of slipping some rum in there. It's such a gremlin thing. I take a few sips of the Coke and then pour some rum into pour a shot of rum into the Coke can after. I take pride in being able to teach people and show them the ropes. Though, since my stomach's empty, I'd probably put myself on my ass if I did that right now. Yeah, we actually did a little bit of drinking as a group not too long ago. It was, when the live letter for FanFest was going, we were all sitting in Discord drinking. Akaria dug out a bingo card kind of deal. But yeah, it was fun. See, I thought PS5s would become more available in the near future, but it's just been a whole lot of nothing for a while now. Yeah, it's gonna be insane until COVID's like fully in hand. There's gonna be production line issues, and not production line, supply line issues. And until the supply lines are dealt with, we're not seeing new product for a long ass time. Did you hear about the wild shit going on with scalpers and like the fucking trading cards? Fucking scumbags are barricading like the toy aisles in Walmart and shit to buy Pokemon cards and whatever else. And then running off with them to resell it. Yeah, the new memes to do that. And then, fuck, there's a new one. Shit, what happened? They jumped a guy in the parking lot, like, a group of scalpers. There's a guy coming out from the store and they fucking jumped him and stole his shit. I don't know how anyone can defend their behavior. Yeah. And it's not just been Pokemon cards either, right? It's... I think the only game that's been safe from it is Magic for some reason. But it got to the point where, like, Target won't even like, they won't stock the cards anymore. They've got the LARP skills to match. Magic Missile, Magic Missile, Magic Missile. I'm all out of mana, I need a potion. I remember I was explaining to everyone how spellcasting worked in LARP, and holy... Also, this is a regrettable thing I've done. Yeah, just... just do the thing where you don't die. Oh, it's not like my immunity just leaves me at 1 health with no options. I could have kept pulling, but those, like, gorilla machines, they have tank busters. Like, they just randomly burst you for a quarter of your health. Yeah, every time he pops a purple lead. I don't think anyone saw how much of a meme Superbolide was gonna end up being. I'll never. Well, I think I was trying to defend it. Like, I was trying to put myself in their headspace to defend it. Because, like, the Paladin is the god of mitigation, right? So, whatever immunity they have can't be better than what Paladin gets. Bad Soren, do not defend that. See, I love Home Gang because of its short cooldown, so like... There's so many raid fights where I'll be sitting there and just... I'll eat the big tank buster like 3 or 4 times per fight because of it. We don't defend bad decisions here. And away we go. Ooh, the voice acting for this guy's a lot better in this. Shit. They shoot themselves in the fucking head and almost kill themselves. Yeah, it's... I feel like that's definitely the biggest meme of the mitigations. Superbolide. Because it's... yeah. I think the fact it's player-inflicted damage that makes it a problem. I'm the only one that makes me bleed. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. They needed something to hang out at as like a full mitigate, or like, yeah, a no damage type of immunity instead of a not dying immunity, because they kind of exhausted their options between the two with Home Gang and and Living Dead. Yeah, they did a little bit of weird with the Dark Knight there. I don't blame them though. I don't know what they would have used in place for a tank. Because almost every class in Final Fantasy is a DPS, realistically. Like, what do they have that isn't... Or, like, what tank classes do they have out there? Hey, fuck it, we can be tanks. Yeah, that's fair. That's what I mean, though, like... Anyone that was a tank, quote-unquote, was just like a tanky DPS, right? So they just had to take whatever tanky DPSs they had and go that route. But yeah, in terms of like true tanks, yeah, Paladin's really the only one, and the rest were just tanky. Could have been a meme. Make Ninja the tank like it was in 11. The dodge tank. That would have been funny to see. I feel like people would have popped a hernia if they saw a Ninja get announced as tank. Oh yeah, they just have like the basic knight class. Xenos. Ooh, he's a lot more threatening in Japanese. Ow. Good thing I'm a tank. People would have lost their minds. What do you mean Ninja's a tank? Yeah, I think for me, like, Bravely Default's kind of like my frame of reference for the classes being tanky versus not tanky. Like, in Bravely Default, Monk is super tanky. Like, it just has so much health. The dirty Monk Dark Knight combo? Oh my god. I think they even give you a hint in the game about combining Monk and Dark Knight. Like, that's nutty. There's some things that should be illegal, and combining Monk with Dark Knight is one of them. Giving homework should be illegal. You know what? I actually agree with that. Because you want each... So, like, there's usually a regulation in place, right? Where it's like, oh, you can't expect students to do more than X amount of homework per night. But each teacher just cranks it to the maximum possible value. And the reason homework's given out is because they failed to sufficiently deliver their lesson during the allotted time. If you're planning properly, at least outside of university, because university is its own big beast, homework shouldn't be necessary. And the fact that it is an indication that the system isn't working as effectively as it should. Alright, so I need 5 more of those crystals. I can either get them from the runs, or I can place my bets and try and do the big battles in the Bajda stuff. I think I'm going to go for the guaranteed, though. So what dungeon do I want to slam my head against over and over? Which one went fast? You should have a sit-in. You can go, break into your teacher's office and sit in there until they waive the homework. Ooh, relic farm. I'm gonna join this relic farm group. No, they're gone. Memories farming for Shadowbringers. Anti-tower. Oh, that's level 60. That's a different... Oh. 6 quick runs for raw emotions. Bitter memories. I'll see if the tank slot's available for that. Oh, it's already filled. Wow, there's a lot of people trying to do this. You know, I could try and do your homework for you, but you will not be happy with the result. Ooh, excuse me. Well, maybe, maybe that's how your teacher felt. I gave him the general idea. Nah, man, don't worry, you'll figure it out. Imagine being a teacher of that caliber. Well, if they're stunned, they're stunned. We'll just stay put here. Yeah. You know, casual ethical hacking. You'll figure it out. You know, for tonight's homework, I want you to go out there and commit some crimes. You know, get out there and ruffle some feathers. Go commit some crimes. You'll figure it out. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Professor, I got confused and I committed petty theft. Oh, you said ethical hacking. I thought you meant financial hacking. What am I gonna do with all these stolen PayPal accounts? God, I hate your professor and I don't even know them. The audacity. Yeah, it's almost like there's a correlation between needing help and professors giving bad advice. But they probably think they're doing a good job. That's my favorite part. Yeah, college is kind of a joke. That's why you should get in contact with today's sponsor, Skillshare. No, I strongly believe the education system as a whole across the world needs to be ripped down to its bare bones and rebuilt. Because the way that we've set it up is fucking brutal. Imagine if I was actually sponsored by Skillshare. Just fucking every stream I'm just sitting here trying to find a way to segue into it. It's like, man, I don't even know why I paid for college. Well, you should try today's sponsor. With Skillshare, you're your own professor. Pick from a massive variety of courses taught by passionate people that want to share their knowledge with you. Blah, 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 blah. I'm mocking it, but I actually think Skillshare is a good idea. Soren sponsor when? I don't know, one day maybe. I actually noticed, so there's this really cool coffee shop near, like, in my area that I was checking out their website, and they actually have a spot to apply to become affiliated with them. But yeah, it was like that awesome cafe crossed with a arcade. So you can go in there, you can get a coffee, and then play some fucking pinball or Space Invaders or whatever while you sip on your coffee. Bubble bobble. It'd be cool, but you'd also be doxing the fuck out of yourself. Yeah, man. No, it was 100%. It was one of my favorite places that I found in, like, the last 5 years. Like, even when I couldn't drive, I would take the bus for an hour and a half to get over there. Just to, like, hang out there for a while. Like, they serve boozy drinks as well. That's fair. Yeah, honestly, it's not like I did a very good job of hiding myself either. Like, if people wanted to figure it out, they'd figure it out. It's not like I worked as an editor on a game or anything that was directly related with Final Fantasy stuff. Yeah. No, the place is really cool though. They had, like, you know, all the mini consoles as well. They had a Genesis, a NES, SNES, PS1 at, like, the banquet tables. Like, if you went to a restaurant and you're like, oh, can I get a booth? Each booth had a different console in it. And they also had a back room called the Mother's Basement. And it was literally just, like, old couch, old boob TV, like a boob tube, with a N64 hooked up to it, You can go in there and like you could rent the space to hang out with your friends in there. And they had games behind the counter that you'd go and ask for. They had pinball machines. They had this one really cool game. It was like a physical arcade game. It's called Ice Cold Beer. And basically there's this marble on a for lack of a better word, a tray. It was like a bar. There's a wooden bar that went across. And there are all these holes on the back wall of the cabinet. And you controlled either side of the bar independently, and you had to work the ball up along the to avoid all the holes in the back. And the goal is to get it as high as you could. It's pretty cool. And then, yeah, what else? Oh yeah, they had boozy drinks, so like they weren't just a cafe, they were also doing craft beer. They had like video game themed cocktails. Yeah, I know, it sounds... You wouldn't think like a physical arcade cabinet would be that interesting, but it was one of my favorite games to play in there because it was just so different from everything else. Then, what were some other... Yeah. I'm just trying to think of the other drinks they had. They specifically sold chili dogs. That was pretty funny. Like, they went out of their way to do, like, Sonic chili dogs. Okay. Bet. You can come. I'll show you the local wonders. There's actually this one place I haven't checked out yet. That I really wanted to, which was like a board game cafe. Just a town over, but like it's not deep into the town. I was about to say the name, but then I was like, oh right, I'm streaming. But I'll what else? Yeah. Then there's obviously that place, which is awesome. Yeah, they had there's like the basic hot dog, and then they had a chili dog, and then they had one called Bowser's Breath, and it was like a really spicy chili dog with like blue cheese on it and stuff. I haven't tried it, but I saw it on the menu. Then there is some of their boozy drinks, so like, oh hey look, a bot that wants to get smited. Bam! Yeah, did you play Undertale? Even if you didn't get very deep in, you might know the, Man, I don't fuck around. Yeah, so you know what Snowdon is, like the first town in the snowy area? They had a drink named the Snowdon, and it was a boozy hot chocolate. So, like, I think they spiked the hot chocolate with rum or something, and then, like, just, like, whipped cream, all the fixings. It was pretty tasty. You couldn't taste the booze at all. It was just a hot chocolate that got you drunk. They had the Princess Peach, which is pretty easy to guess what was in it. It was just peach schnapps. Oh, not Not bougie, boozy. Yeah, I was actually looking at the coffees they have right now, because it was Zach's birthday recently, and I thought I was going to get him coffee for his birthday, because he's a man of practicality. He doesn't like trinkets, he doesn't like random little things, he likes things that he can use. So like, he likes getting tools, he likes getting food. So I was going to order him coffee from this place. Yeah, he's practical, but sometimes it's to a fault. I'm jealous you guys have Memorial Day tomorrow. Mind you, this past week I had Victoria Day, so like I can't complain that much. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna have office hours, but you can figure out where and when. Oh, wouldn't that be fun? You get to do a little scavenger hunt in order to get help to pass your class. Professor Jigsaw over here. Five-week course that meets twice a week, so one of my days is going to be taken away from me, and that means week 4 is going to be fucked, but I'm stuck on homework from week 3. So you kind of end up with the rolling returns problem. Man, that's shitty. See, I find the same thing with work in general, at least with my job, because I'm like a de facto project manager now, and when you lose a day of work, you lose a day off your project, and if there's like something critical that needed to get done, it's now not getting done because you need the you need to be able to get in there and work on it. Or you're relying on someone on a different team, so like you might choose to work the day, but if Jim from accounting won't work it, then it doesn't matter that you decided to work because Jim didn't work, so the shit didn't get done anyway. So why is this particular course 5 weeks? Like, is it just an accelerated course that they were doing on the side, or...? It's okay, Jim. I'll buy Jim a 6-pack and it'll be fine. I won't tell his manager, I'll just curse him under my breath. I kind of like that, but it only works as well as the professors do. And it sounds like this guy's a fucking dud. He's a regular Jim from accounting. Alright, get over here. I need to stab. Yeah, that sounds about right, unfortunately. I wish I knew what to tell you. There's not really a way around that. It's just, okay, I guess this is life and I suffer now. I would have loved to do class at that rate, though. Like, when I was taking my psych degree, I think every single class had the same 2 lectures at the start. Hell yeah. I wish they'd stop giving me random shit. I gotta clean my inventory. Holy shit. Once I'm done this relic business, I'll be able to clean all this out. But yeah. Ha! Man, some people have a lot more guts than I do. I could never do that. That's like... Okay, so like, one thing that I'll always scratch my head on is... So my buddy Zach, right? He had a 96 or 98 in a course. And when it came to exam time, he straight up said, I'm not writing the exam. And it was worth like 30 or 40%. And he was like... So the prof was like, what? Why aren't you writing it? And he was just like, I don't need to. I passed the course. And they're like, yeah, but don't you want a good grade? And he's like, nope. I got my degree. And he straight up just didn't go because he wanted to sleep in. Like, fuck. Respect, but also, god damn. Like, he was never really that into school, but like that was something else. I was blown away by that one. It's probably a good thing that he was never too concerned about school though, because like there's this one time him and his friend got into a fight and they were working on a project together, and his friend took his name off the fucking project and handed it in. So he just got a 0 on the project. Like, but they still managed to stay friends after all that. Like, if someone did that to me, they're dead to me. Yeah, like it was like a petty fight too. Like it wasn't a serious thing. They're fucking playing League. They started bullshitting each other, got pissed, and then the guy took his name off the fucking assignment and handed it in. Yeah, it was like it happened while they were just fucking playing League or something. Like, it blew my mind away that he forgave him. But I think the only thing that like allowed that friendship to be repaired was Zach doesn't give a fuck about school. Like he's like, I got my degree, so it's fine. Or like, I got the credit, so it's fine. But yeah, imagine fucking someone over that hard over a League game. They're still super toxic when they play League. I played with them on Friday. Holy shit. Zach was playing Nar, who has this, his laugh or joke or whatever, he just like says gibberish. It's like shoo shoo na na or something like that. And he just reamed that button for 40 minutes the entire game. At the end of the match, one of the guys, he was like, well, I've never used the report function before. Because he thinks it's funny. He thinks being toxic is funny to some of my friends. And the more toxic you can be without getting in shit, the better. I hate it so much because, like, I'm always like, let's have a nice clean match. We're going to have fun. We're going to keep it clean above the belt. And there's my friend that's like, ha! They're so mad! Very much the yin and yang when we're playing games. Like, I recognize I'm taking things too seriously sometimes. But I'd rather walk away from a game where everyone's happy and have had fun instead of having one side of it just being miserable at the end. I say this, but then also during PvP things, I like being a extremely annoying, oppressive force on the battlefield. Like I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links lately, and I've been playing one of the most obnoxious archetypes. It's called the Fire Kings, and basically what you do is you destroy your own monsters, and they all have effects when they're destroyed by card effects. And the boss monster of it is when you're just when it's destroyed by a card effect, it comes back to the field during the next turn, and it just destroys everything on the field. So like the whole point of the deck is to get two of those going and destroying each other. So the start of every turn is a fresh board. And then they just don't get to play the game because you just keep clearing the board on them over and over again. Yeah. It's a pretty shit-headed strat, but there are certain cards that just completely shut it down. Like, there's one field spell, it's called Necro Valley, which prevents cards from coming back from the graveyard, which completely bodies my deck. There's no counterplay to it. Or the one I ran into was I was struggling really hard with this thing. It was a spell. To me, it's a pretty busted spell, but people pointed out how not busted it is. So basically, what it was is if a attack happens involving the monster with the equip spell, it gains 500 attack. And, like, it gets a counter on it. And then any time the monster would be destroyed, you remove a counter instead. So you just have this undying thing that just keeps getting stronger every time you try to attack it. Even if you would deliver a killing blow, it stays alive. And you can do that to basically any of your monsters because it's a spell that gives that effect. So the way you get around it, or the way you're supposed to deal with it, is you have to find a way to either flip the monster face down. So like there's a spell card called Book of Moon, which puts them into face down defense mode. Or you destroy the spell itself. But the issue is all of like the back row removal, so like the things that destroy the spells and the traps and everything, are ultra rares in their fucking boxes. So they're extremely difficult to get your hands on. But they're mandatory to deal with this. Turns out it's a common equip spell in one of the boxes. I was so salty. Because, like, I was, like, blazing through the rank system at first. And then I just hit this tier of play where everyone had this fucking card and I had no answer for it. Because my board clearing thing didn't kill it. Like, my board clearing didn't work. I didn't have any back row removal, so I just hit a wall and was like, okay, I lose as soon as I see that card. So I had to do a lot of card grinding in order to get options to deal with that. But yeah, I've got some balanced removal options now. Okay. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh's gotten to the point where it's insanity. I used to really love playing that game. Like, not duel. I'm not talking about dueling specifically, but Yu-Gi-Oh in general, because I loved it as a kid. But playing it today, like, I look at the cards that are available, and like every card's got like a paragraph and a half of text. About how it works and what its effect is. Like, you play one card and it looks like it's got a thesis statement at the bottom of it. It's only a little rough. Just a smidge. I'm just gonna take the L. Like, what is even the goal? Like, I know you said it's ethical hacking. But, like, what are you supposed to actually do? Like, is there even a goal in the assignment? Or do you literally just hand you a piece of paper that said, figure it out? that sounds like a pretty fucking intense system. Is this happening in like a dummy thing, or like he's set up like an obstacle course, right? It's basically a tech obstacle course. Oh. Okay, I see how that would be a major problem. What armor is that? True linen. I don't know why, but for a second I thought it was the Alexander, like an early Alexander armor. I just thought it was an interesting choice. Fuck. So any source, like any reasonable source, is just a dead end right now. You'll figure it out. What an asshole. Oh. Yeah, it sounds like they've just seriously handicapped you guys on that course. Like, that's a mess and a half. Salty Sandy. I like that. I don't like that you're salty, but I like that phrase. You're right. That's the equivalent of like breaking someone's ankle and being like, "Okay, figure it out." The best part is at the end of that, they're gonna say, "Didn't I do a good job? Look, you learned so much. Aren't you impressed with yourself being able to overcome that trial?" Yeah, hopefully you don't end up with the one golden child that was able to just nail everything. No sweat. The professor has someone to look at and go like, "See, they got it." Since a single person was able to figure out my Saw-style nightmare, I'm validated. Professors score too low and they get fucking, I don't know, rotten tomatoed in the courtyard. I remember Stop giving me shit. Ah. Yeah, back in university, there's like a charity auction. Yeah, there's a charity auction that you could buy a bunch of different things, and one of the things you could buy was a carton of eggs, which you were then allowed to throw at someone. And this guy bought the carton of eggs, and the staff realized how bad of an idea this was because the person that was getting attacked with the eggs was like getting welts immediately. Because like eggs are actually quite durable. And what was happening was the eggs weren't breaking on contact. They were just rebounding off and then breaking on the floor. So the guy just got absolutely pummeled. They may as well have been throwing rocks at him. It started off as funny, haha, and then by the end it was, oh no. And then there was, there's another one where, you could pay for someone to attempt to do the milk jug challenge. When you just, like, drink an entire gallon of milk as fast as you can. Which obviously had bad results. That reminds me of another little story, though. So, the community that the res building I was looking after was in, they, for that charity auction, they had, like, the staff of the intro week do, like, a sexy calendar thing each year. And, like, they get all the guys to pose nude for their calendar and then sell it for charity. And they were recording for that on the day that my family just happened to come up to help me set up my community, like put up all the name tags and stuff. So like my mom, my sister, my dad, like everyone was up as like they were coming out fucking naked, taking their boudoir shots around the fucking campus. Oh yeah, it was something. We're almost there, 2 more. The theme for that group's intro week was Candyland. Or, no, not Candyland, it was Willy Wonka's. So, like, they had, like, giant boxes of nerds and, like, packs of Twizzlers and shit like that. Like, which, in hindsight, is hilarious. But, still. Oh my god. I walked away from school with a lot of adventures. A lot of stories. I might not have any drunken adventures under my belt from school, but like, I had a lot of really interesting moments and stuff. I remember there was a free zoo near the school. I took my students to it once, and one of my students managed to get stuck in the bus door. That was pretty funny. I felt like a teacher taking my class out to like the park or something and then losing one of the kids in the creek or something like that. Like, I just remember we were all getting on the bus, and then at the end of my line of students I just hear ah, because the bus door shut on the guy. I think the most intense story I have from school, though, was when I ran that mock zombie apocalypse. The whole, it was like an over-the-weekend manhunt. Where you had some students, or you started off with, I started it with 2 students that were marked with armbands, and then everyone that was playing had a headband. And when you got caught, you would move your headband to your arm to mark you as a zombie. And basically, I had a bunch of spots they had to get to through the weekend. Like, there are checkpoints that you had to make it to, or otherwise you were counted as a zombie. And yeah, last detail around that, as I'm setting the stage, you had to, so the humans could defend themselves by throwing balled up socks at the zombies, and if they hit them, they had to stand there for a minute. So that would count as like shooting the zombie and killing it. But I allowed people to get creative because they're like, hey, can I like take this foam sword and coat it in socks and have that count as like a melee weapon for the zombies? And I was like, yeah, that's fine. And then I saw one person that put their balled up socks inside a pair of pantyhose, and they basically had a yo-yo weapon. They're killing zombies that way. But the most creative and terrifying strat I saw was someone drove their car into my checkpoint. They just fucking... Oh yeah, no, it was super wild, because like it would go for the entire weekend. The game was only off if you were inside the bathroom, or it was like quiet hours in the building. And your own personal room was safe too. So if you were in your room, the bathroom, or it was quiet hours, you were safe. Otherwise, yeah, you were fucked. But yeah, basically this one girl convinced her friend to drive her car to get her as close to the spot as possible. But in doing so, the zombies that knew the girl was in the car were chasing the fucking car around the parking lot, and the car was driving around, and thank God there was waivers signed at the start of that process. But yeah, things escalated pretty bad at that point. Because, like, I just assumed that the students wouldn't do something like that, because it was like, it was a casual game of, like, fun manhunt kind of, like, stuff. And they're like, let's run people over. I had one guy ended up with a broken nose because someone tried to jump through the car window. Yeah. On that note, you'll never convince me that university students are inherently intelligent. Or that they're any more mature than a teenager is. Sometimes you see some shit, man. They're like big dumb teenagers that are allowed to buy their own alcohol. Yeah. My favorite one, though, like my favorite person in that thing, was there was a girl that would basically Hunger Games her way through the whole weekend. So, like, she would go and, like, hide herself at the suspected checkpoint, and then reveal herself as soon as the checkpoint opened, because I'd have to go to each checkpoint and sit there for an hour and wait for the participants to come and check in with me to make sure they're still in the game. So I'd be just sitting there at the checkpoint, and she'd just, like, come out of the bushes behind me and be like, I'm here to check in. Like, it was incredible, some of the shit that they were pulling off. And the thing was, like, it's one of those people, it was one of those situations where it's like the person was hiding her power. Like, you know how sometimes there's just really quiet people that you never expect are gonna, like, step up for stuff like that, or, like, you think they're not gonna pull anything off, and you just kind of assume that they're, like, not to put them down, but, like, you just kind of assume they're not gonna excel at a chaotic situation like that. And then, like, they're fucking just like a phantom. They just show up. I guess that's the whole point of running stuff like that, though. Like, there's the element of it's fun, but there's also the piece of it provides opportunities for personal growth. And there's this one guy. He is playing as a zombie, and he full tilt sprinted through the woods and all the branches. And when he came out the other side, he was just covered in scratches. He had to go. We had to get like first aid to come check him out because he was so cut up from just sprinting through trees. I don't know why he, like, he was like, I'm not gonna catch them on the path, I gotta do this. And he just like burst through all those, like, you know, have you ever been in the woods and you know all this small brush? He was just like running through all the small brush and just, yeah. Mad lad. I'm trying to think of other standout moments, because I did a couple years of that. Oh yeah, you know, he's putting it all on the line. Because in a game like that, you're gonna expect the highly athletic people to excel at it, right? And that was his goal. He was trying to catch the highly athletic people, and he was willing to put it all on the line to do it. Let's see. Just trying to think of other crazy stories. I'm definitely going to end up retelling those stories on stream at some point. What are some other wild stories from school? Oh, the slap bet. That one was a pretty crazy one. So my friend group in first year, so my one friend Chris, actually you've talked to Chris in chat during the streams. That's the Chris that comes by and watches when I'm playing Hollow Knight and stuff. So him and my roommate Dan, they made a slap bet with each other, like from How I Met Your Mother, where they played in a game of real life Where's Waldo across the city. And the winner would get 5 slaps they could redeem at any time. So, our one buddy, he would be my roommate in teacher's college, dressed up as Waldo. And he and I paired up, and we went off through the bus system. And then an hour later, they, Dan and Chris started their adventures trying to find us. And basically, every 15 minutes, we would send them a text with with a hint as to where we were. And they had to try and figure it out based on the map of the city and taking the bus routes to try and cut us off and meet up with us. And yeah, we did it for like 4 hours, and then we put the game on pause so that we could all have dinner together. And then we took an hour. They had an extra hour break while we got set back up, and we planted ourselves behind the Walmart in the city. And they figured out that we were near the Walmart, so they got there. And they rushed into the Walmart and were like ripping through the aisles trying to find Waldo. But like, yeah, no, it was great. Like, people really got to know the city when we were doing it. And the locals were actually getting into it too. Like, we went to the other school in the city's campus as our starting point, and then started working our way back from there. And then, but yeah, like, everyone that was on the bus system was seeing this guy dressed as Waldo, and we were explaining to the people as they asked about it, like, what we were doing. And like, for about 8 hours, we were kind of the hot topic of anyone we encountered for a bit. Like, a lot of people were talking about it. Yeah. And oh man, did he get a lot of mileage out of those slaps? Chris ended up winning the slap bet. And yeah, I used the first one on the first night, and then I used the second one on the following night when we were drinking. And then he like savored them for the rest of the year. Because Chris is a big guy. He's big like me, strong. And when he smacked Dan actually like lost consciousness for a sec on the first one. Oh yeah. I love the existential crisis of this dungeon. So the story to this place is, so you know the birdmen that summon Garuda? There he is. So he finally built an aircraft that was capable of ascending to an island in the sky. So he took it to get up here. And he's like, huh, it's kind of weird that all of the defense systems aren't attacking me. It's kind of weird that I'm not in any danger in this very dangerous place. And just like in the background of the dungeon, you can see him slowly realizing that this is where his kind originated from. That they were just like Allegan creations that created their own culture once they were separate from their masters. Yeah, and that like their paradise in the sky is actually Az's Law, which is if you remember, that's the final area of Heaven's Ward. It's like the big research facility in the sky. And Garuda is actually based off the scientist that gave birth to them. It's a very interesting lore dungeon. I really like it. Ahead of Endwalker, the request has been made to me for a lecture series on the history of Eorzea as we go into Endwalker. Yeah, I know a lot of people could. And then, like, there's all the people that, like, they wanted to catch up to everyone, so they just ripped through the story as fast as humanly possible. So they just skipped every cutscene and just rush, rush, rush. So yeah. We're laughing about how I need to create a PowerPoint for it. So, okay. I'll always hate these mobs because of them in Twintania. They would slowly approach you. And if they touched you, you died. Just this evil looming death. Alright, Ultima Warrior, let's go! Yeah, so as much as I hate that I'm falling for it, I'm gonna play into the McDonald's BTS thing for dinner. Because I do want to try it out. I hate that their marketing's working on me, and it's so blatant and obvious that it is. But, it got me thinking about how in, there's this one time I went to McDonald's, and I wanted a 20-piece chicken McNugget meal. Because you would think that's an option, right? Turns out it's not an option. So, like, I don't understand what the problem was. I said, hey, can I get a 20-piece McNugget meal? And they said, oh no, we don't do 20-piece meals. I said, okay, well, can I get 2 10-piece chicken McNuggets and fries and a drink? Okay. Like, why would you make it more difficult? Why make me jump through the hoop? I gotta finish Hollow Knight still as well. I'm just thinking about that now. I want to get like the 112 percentage. I don't know if I'll do it all on stream, but I do want to finish it off like fully because I was loving that game. I'm actually super excited for Silk Song now. Did Julie tell you anything about my run on that? Well, you've been popping in to see it. Just some bosses, I did total degenerate things, like the Crystal Defender, I just sat there and tooted on him until he died. Oh yeah, I know, Julie and Akari and Chris, they all got pissed at me when I was doing some of the fights in that. Like, I just pulled some seriously, serious scumbag moves. I like to think that all my training in Mega Man X prepared me for that. Actually, I noticed in Steam I had a game that I forgot I had called 20XX, and it's a roguelike Mega Man X game. It's just like an infinitely spawning set of levels. but it's like it's playing like Mega Man Zero or Mega Man X. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna eat that. It's fine. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna try that at some point, because it's like right up my alley. Oof. Well, at least you changed up what you're up to, but that sucks that you had to give up on the homework. Yeah, with that, I have enough things to finish my relic. Let's go! Let's cash this bad boy in. Wow, if only you had some kind of mentor that's supposed to teach you how to perform. Alright, are you ready to see my disappointment? Because I already know it looks bad. Oh wait, no. That's not the... That's one of the Gunbreaker relics, but it's not the Gunbreaker. No, it's, Sad Boys Unite! There's my 15 raw emotions. Now give me my item. Alright, time to pick out my item. We're gonna sealant was required when we last made use. Ah, I see. Okay, so $531, $531, $120. It's beautiful. The stats are beautiful. Pling. I guess getting a closer look, it's not as it's not as awful. At least Gerald's happy. It's interesting. I guess it's not as terrible as I thought, but like, I'm still not a big fan of it. Oh, Gerald. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go. Alright. What kind of shady shit is this woman about to pull? Payment. Oh. Look at that. They're bailing her out of her sketchiness. Look at that. They bailed her out of her own mess that she made. Well, rip Geralt. Oh, he's always in the shit. Dun dun dun. Bum 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 bum. Hey! It's over. It's done. Like, it looks kind of awkward off the bat. I mean, you take it out, and that little gap fills with ether, I'm assuming. It's not the worst, but it's... Just do it now for every other class. Well, the nice thing is they actually kind of cut out a lot of the... some of the steps you don't have to repeat, because they're in storyline, they were just sorting out the shoot, what's what I'm looking for here? They're like trying to sort out the details of the production using the items, so steps where that was a thing you don't have to do again. But yeah, look at that. Well, I'm gonna call that a win. Even if I'm not the biggest fan of the design, it's still pretty awesome. Just having it. Yeah, like, it definitely gives me the dot hack GU vibes. Like, after Yorksey pointed that out, that really saved the design for me. I'm still, like, not 100% on it, because personally I prefer the double-sided weapons. Like, I like axes that have like a blade on either side, not just one big blade. But yeah. Techno Meteor. I like it. Oh, and those beautiful, beautiful numbers. Alright, well, with that, I think I'm gonna end stream. Because that was a grind and a half. But thanks for hanging out. It definitely made doing the grind a lot less maddening instead of doing it alone. Doing it with people to chat with. Yeah. So I'm just gonna wrap that up. I will talk to you later. Yeah. Happy weekend. Bye.